Greetings, my excellent friends. Let today be the day that we finish Rise from the Ashes. Please. I got most of 6 hours. Let's do this. John Marshall smooth version. Well, first of all, the character's name is Jake Marshall. John Marshall would be if Jake Marshall and John Marston had a baby or something. You're getting your Ace Attorneys and your Red Dead Redemptions conflated there, but close enough. Go on, I'll give you that. That I should credit. I don't normally. I usually just get songs from games directly, but that was actually an arrangement of Jake Marshall's theme, remixed or redone on YouTube. What's the channel name? Brucevelt. BROOCEVELT. I'll just put the link in the chat to the video with the music in it, and it is a reimagining. I think it's like a guy's doing like a theoretical Edgeworth 3, because there were only 2 Edgeworth games, and he's like that game doesn't exist, but he's just the same channel has like different tracks for Investigations 3. I don't know if someone's making a fan game or if he's just like imagining musical themes rearranged for a game that doesn't exist, which some musicians do as an excuse to make cool stuff. So that's a more Edgeworth themed version of that track, which I thought was really good, so I played it. I don't know if I may cut. So I usually cut the starting song from the VOD that is saved as a highlight, so y'all that are watching this in the future going through my Ace Attorney playthrough are like, what the fuck? If the chat still exists, I posted a link. You can find the music that I probably cut off there. If it doesn't, live on in wonderment and confusion, I guess, but that's what I did. Anyway. We probably won't be seeing Jake Marshall today because we're pretty much past his section of the game. But I still think he has the best music. It's cliche-ridden as he is, but it's good stuff. It's good stuff. But yeah, we have like half of the last investigation period, and then we have the full third-day trial, which is the only trial in the game, I believe, that has 3 segments, because Rise from the Ashes don't play around. There might be trials with 3 segments in the later games, but and by 3 segments I don't mean three days. I mean literally 3 segments within that day. There are 7 trial segments in the whole case. So I believe we were talking Edgeworth. Yes, good. Memory did not fail me. I think we had exhausted everything from him. We were talking about forged evidence, we were talking about tomorrow's trial, we were talking about the King of Prosecutors trophy, and we were learning some things about Mr. Damon Gant. We need to get into his office. We did go into his office, but he found us there and unceremoniously turfed us out after we caught a brief glimpse of this photograph, where we saw the King of Prosecutors trophy as it existed a few years ago, back when it had this broken sword attached, and we learned the truth behind the trophy, the symbolism of the broken sword and the broken shield being the concept of contradiction, the unstoppable force meeting the unbreakable object. Contradiction. They can't both exist at the same time, because when they meet, who wins? If the unbreakable object stays still, then the unstoppable force is no such thing. But if the unbreakable object breaks, then that one's the liar. But that sword is missing from the current iteration of the trophy, as it is in our evidence record, and as it is in Edgeworth's office, and this ties into what we are currently investigating, which is the crimes of 2 years ago. The serial killer Joe Dark and Jake Marshall's long-dead brother Neil. As a quick overview, 2 years ago, the Joe Dark killings. He'd killed like 5 people. He was being held for questioning in this office, or in the police office, I can't remember. In the police, obviously, not the prosecutors. He ran for it, and he wound up in the chief's office, Gant's office right now, whereupon he found young Emma Skye, threatened her. Neil Marshall stepped in, defended her, died for his trouble. We need to work out exactly what happened in that room. Emma's memory is a bit spotty. And what those events from 2 years ago, how they tie in to what happened more recently with Lana Skye in the parking lot stabbing Bruce Goodman. Much like Case 4, I do like the way these are both like I remember at the time it felt a bit like rehashing when this was the only game I had. I was like, why are they doing this thing twice in a row where they have a case and then there's the 2 years ago case, or the 15 years ago for 4, but they literally did the same thing twice. It's like there's an incident with a code name, DL6, SL9, and you first have to scratch the surface, then you get to learn about the past, and the past blows open and explains everything that happened today. It's kind of weird that they do it twice in case 4 and 5 are the same game, but the fact that they don't repeat that going forward, I can see why they did it, because they wanted to write a new case for the first game, and they wanted it to tie in with the first game's themes, not make it completely just a complete non sequitur at the end. Like, that was the problem they had. Cases 1 to 4 in Phoenix Wright 1 were a solid arc, so how do you add to that without just creating a big-lipped alligator case? How do you put something on the end without it feeling like a tack-on? You have to thematically tie it in, which is why Edgeworth is here, and this is a big case for Edgeworth that furthers his development. And puts a new spin and a new perspective on some of the thoughts that were had in the earlier one. Most notably, the idea of authority corruption. That's kind of, I'd say it's the biggest theme of Phoenix Wright 1, because you've got Manfred von Karma. Edgeworth is seen to be a corrupt prosecutor, but he actually isn't. Manfred von Karma is, and then we get to here where we start looking at the police in much the same light. It really adds quite a lot, I think. For those of you like Gwambush who don't know Phoenix Wright well, I guess, yeah, you sort of have to picture what it would be like to not play this case. And just finish at 4. Although I suppose none of us did, because the only people who got to experience this game without Rise from the Ashes would be Japanese. Anyway, still, I think it works. So we're done with you. Someone out here? It's usually Angel Star out here, isn't it? Excuse me. Yeah. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. What the fuck? Angel, what the fucking fuck? What in the fuck? Why did you say that? I am very confused and quite disturbed. I'd like to go away now, please. I'll just stand over here if you don't mind. Could you please leave me alone? That was fucked up. That was really rather fucked up. Valvedrix, people bought it on the Wii and didn't buy Rise from the Ashes because they... What?! They turned it into paid DLC. Fuck that. Okay. Jesus. Alright, anyway. Cow's nipples. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Ah, that's the other thing. Just another bit of refresher for anyone who needs it. Yeah, every major NPC was involved in the SL9 incident, and the main connection that Angel has, she was a detective. She was one of the detectives on that case. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Bruce Goodman, with Neil, I believe, as a prosecutor. Neil died, Jake was demoted, Angel was fired, Goodman was not touched. But everything that happened in SL9 was hush-hush and covered up because they couldn't actually convict Joe Dark on what they had alone. They had to make up evidence. Lana Skye made up evidence, Damon Gant helped her, and the others were complicit. Edgeworth presented it, though he didn't know that was what he was doing. So a lot of these folks are angry about what happened. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Dark investigation. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have any proof that anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Angel Starr's analogy kind of makes sense because her name feels like a joke on having a porn star name. I don't know that I would tie in porn star to cow nipples, but sure, okay then. Thank you for your input, Black Snow. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence. You mean... Oh yes. There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief... That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last. At last. The truth has come along. Our mysteries are over. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. You ought to do the cooking by the book. I don't recall what we've shown her versus what we haven't. Let's just, let's go with this last page. I don't have anything else to tell you. Miss Starr. The only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set. Talk about cheap. Eat this, and maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow. This is probably all she has to say, but just be thorough. Yeah, if she's not reacting to the SL9 file and the picture of Gant and Lana, she probably doesn't have anything to say. Not even to my attorney badge? Nope. Not even to my attorney badge. Now that sucks. Well, that's everything with her. I think the dangling thread, now that I looked at my evidence, I can remember it now. The dangling thread was that we have Gumshoe at the police station, who technically can get us where we need to go, but he refuses to help because it would be incredibly dangerous for his job. So this is kinda mean, what we're doing here, because, like, he's right. He shouldn't. He shouldn't do this. It isn't safe for his job at all. But we need it, and we have this letter of resignation from Edgeworth, which will probably scare the shit out of him and make him want to do whatever he can to prevent Edgeworth from throwing his career away. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. He really wrote a resignation letter. Wow. Even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Well, not everyone sees it that way. To
To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay.
That's one tough grown-up world there. Also, I don't know how they decided how this should look, but... this is weird. It appears to be signed by Mill. Which I guess is the beginning of Miles, but... Mill. I don't know if we zoomed in on this either. Neil Marshall's autopsy from 2 years ago. 27, happened February 19, between 7 and 7:30 p.m. Single stab wound right into his heart and lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. I thought they found the tip in the wound. Hang on. I thought the idea was that they found the knife's tip in the wound, and that was like where the decisive evidence came from. Or at least that was the story. But no, they found everything except the tip in the room. Where'd the tip go? We're missing a tip. Okay, that's silly. That's old. Anyway, I think we go to the police. Police station, criminal affairs. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no.
Huh?
I'm not letting you in the chief's office. Period. It'll be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
The answer is this. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! And yet he is. And yet he is. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far!
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But...
Here, take my ID card.
We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
All right, Detective. Thank you.
Police Department ID card. Allows access to areas of the PD open to detectives.
Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he?
Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face.
Look, his eyes are half shut.
Yeah, and his mouth's half open.
Hey! Each of his shirt buttons is off a notch.
And he's got the narrow end of his tie in front.
I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue.
I mean, I skimmed it, but I'm not a hype guy. I'm interested in the game on release day and not much earlier. Plus, I'm not much of an art person in general. I think it's weirdly enough, they were talking about the photo, but the clicking is on his name. You can see that it says Sergeant Dick Gumshoe. Like, it's blurred, but it definitely says Dick Gumshoe. We don't know what his number is, but I think actually we do know his ID, because we had the, Yeah, you play as Mizuki, right? That I'm interested in, but yeah, I'm just trying not to... I tend not to, like, color myself with promotional information. I like just tackling things when they come out, so I don't know a lot about it, but that's not... It's also not really an invitation to tell me. It doesn't really add up, though, because they said all that stuff about how Gumshoe looks, but... none of it was true. His eyes are wide open, his mouth is completely shut, his tie is fine, and you can't even see any shirt buttons. Because they're just using his sprite. They don't have a picture of Gumshoe looking all like that. Anyway, we got what we need out of him. What happens if we try to give it back to him? Let me share you a little advice. Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. Gumshoe, that is literally your ID badge. If you don't know what that is... Yikes. Oh, actually, we don't know his ID. He wasn't on this list. He didn't tell us his own entry. He told us Edgeworth's. Never mind. We don't know what his ID is. Could be anything. Okay. Chief's office. Time to break into Damon Gant's house. It's quite exciting in a terrifying way.
Here goes, Mr. Wright.
Oh god, the music! Normally that means he's here.
We're in! If anyone finds us now...
Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah! Ah!
Sorry. I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID, crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Wait, what? Did we just... Did we just break his ID card in anger? What the fuck was that move? Thanks for giving us your precious item, Gumshoe. Watch as we destroy it before your eyes. Hey, don't do that to my card! Exactly. I hardly ever get the chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a Star Wars reference about this. Do we examine first, or should we talk to him first? I think we should talk to him first. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady was in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Au contraire, Phoenix. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be... No. Nah, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy! Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal! You don't just let it go at that! Sorry? This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think... Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
He's the corruptiest motherfucker ever to walk into a government building, and I have met Manfred von Karma. Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. Your feelings? It's love at first sight. Those awkwardly long pauses. Those firm clapping hands. Those thinly veiled authoritative threats. Oh, I just swoon. There you go, ignoring me again. Alright, so the big obvious thing is this wall safe. Let's leave that for now. And because I want to make sure I examine all the irrelevant stuff first, so let's make sure we pick one big relevant thing to do last, specifically, and it's going to be that.
Wow! Look at the size of Chief Gant's desk!
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like, a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name!
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, Detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're about twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case.
Would appear so. List of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I got. Well, the thing is, South Robin... A safe isn't by default something that must be hidden out of the way. If the safe is secured, a significantly confident individual, secure in their power and unassailability, would feel no issues with just proudly displaying that they have a safe. He's the chief of police. Who's going to break into his office and open his safe? Nobody. Thieves, as a rule, don't break into the cop shop. Admittedly, we're doing that, but still. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh! Be careful of what you say! Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out! You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from there...
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh.
Stained glass or not, it is a huge window. Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. The one in his room ain't too bad either. Occasionally we hear him playing with it from the Criminal Affairs Department. Detective, which organ are you talking about? Both! That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. The pipe organ.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally.
But aren't this chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway. See, that's a common misconception about upper management, South Robin. See, you would assume that the higher your position in an organization, the more work you will have to do. But often that's not actually the case, and the people who are the highest ranked, in fact, generally do the least amount of work for the most amount of money. He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self. Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that!
Okay, that was dark. That was dark, video game. Could have done without that. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame in the left shelf.
Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park.
It doesn't look like a theme park visit. That picture frame looks like it's of like a flower. This is Lana's desk. Sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime?
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then he went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. Bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think?
This mark looks like some kind of flower.
Word is, it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor's badge? Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar. What? They have badges too? The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system.
Now that you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful.
Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge. That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit.
So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges.
I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide. I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. I think that's everything, except for the safe. And yeah, you can only really see that symbol on the ground in the transition between the two sides. We do need to look at the piece of evidence we picked up, though. Damn it. Evidence list, ripped in half. What the fuck? We don't seem to actually be able to examine the evidence, but if we turn it around... I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
That'd be because I'm lying to you. I better not forget about this picture. It's pretty obvious to me, it's the stabbing. Anyway, get out of the way, Gummy. You need to look at this safe. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's, I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. And oh my god, we have to actually enter the code. I'm pretty sure it's 7777777, and I think we're supposed to figure that out just by what we already have. I don't think there's anything else that's meant to, like, put you towards that, but, like, it's the same as his ID. Damon Gant isn't big on mystery. Code confirmed. Access granted. Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That is Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Still hasn't written in Damon Gant, but yeah. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Rather, how much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here, too.
What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh. Well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shards from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. Are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on. There's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Well, I don't know about the handprint. I suppose we can, like, do a fingerprint test on it, right? But pretty sure that piece fits in here. Detective Gumshoe, could you take another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. It literally happened yesterday.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right! One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't that ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? It was in the safe?
Yeah, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells! Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove that Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. That was not very difficult, haha. Yes. Still a mess, but there. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But...
Hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Yeah, if he wanted to conceal evidence, why wouldn't he just put that piece in the nearest landfill?
Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here.
Looks like blood.
This piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots, but this one's a line.
That is odd. Well... when it comes to examining blood... Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces, too. We already looked at that. How do I connect these two? Okay, maybe we can't spray the jar, but... we can spray the room, which is probably worth doing. And the other thing would be to fingerprint the cloth. Ah, here we go. This is the only bit, I think.
Whoa! This area must have been covered in blood.
Is this from that incident?
It must be. When Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull.
So a murder really did take place here. Well, yeah, duh. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to take a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
All right, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead. Take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe. You know, the one with the big handprint on it? Oh! I knew that. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth, and once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told 100 times. Alright, let's get this over with. I don't think it matters which finger you lick, but let's go with this one. Alright, back to high-octane dusting. Why use a little when you can use a lot? There's no waste quite like unnecessary waste. I really hate that we can't... Ah, shit. Hit the back button. As I was going to say, I hate that we can't hit that bottom right portion. You don't have to do this. I just find it very... I find it very soothing to fill the screen. You know? It's nice. It brings satisfaction. Okay, I won't completely fill it, but we'll... Oh, God, stop alt-tabbing. It's the weirdest thing, too, but I don't move it that far. Okay, that's almost good enough. Okay, it's good enough. No, hang on. Okay, it's good enough. Blow. I don't need to blow into my microphone, I just press a blow button. The fingerprint belongs to Emma Skye. Don't have a DS. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst. Hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what bears Emma Skye's prints? Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? Wait, who is this? I think this is Gant, but... In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me? Sir? Yeah. Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir! Now get out! Yes, sir! We'll be on our way too, then. Wait! You! The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Mr. Wright?
Why did we just allow that to happen? Why did the two grown men just allow the creepy old man who we're pretty sure is a murderer keep the 16-year-old girl in his office while we left? Literally, what the fuck? This is the worst thing that Phoenix and Gumshoe have ever done. Wow. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go in there sneaking like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so. Because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion.
A certain individual, you say.
So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
Well, clearly it's Mike Meekins. No,
Take that!
Well, Miss Skye?
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? Gant and I were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course. These are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant.
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
The list that he was, dealing with?
Take that!
I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Aye.
The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It is as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty of murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon... You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident.
Joe Dark's knife?
I couldn't just leave that knife in there, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. A star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it? In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe?
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident
about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a Star Wars reference about one of them that day. A bad feeling?
Yes, that's what I said. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I would trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh! You mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room?
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please,
don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial.
There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Seems obvious to me. Detective Goodman's real murderer. What went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? There are 2 pieces of evidence concealed in Gant's safe. The jar we're not so sure about yet, but the handprint on the clothes fragment is of Emma. Damon Gant has Emma's fingerprints locked away, and Lana terrified into silence. It should not be difficult to figure out who Lana is trying to protect. Though Bazzo might have trouble given he's dumb as a post. 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Fine then, Baza. You somehow manage to look even dopier than the guards in the background. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. Should he be here, by the way? This is the defendant lobby. Isn't it? The prosecutor walking into the defendant lobby, like, as much as we're welcoming him here because, you know, we're kind of friends at this point, there's probably a rule against that. I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. To hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something. The only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. Huh? If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. 10 a.m. courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Miles Edgeworth, will you marry me?
Baza, are you just the tsundere of this chat? You want me to say mean things to you, and then you want me to say nice things about you? Like, what do you want? You are nothing if not eternally mysterious. Baza, Jesus. Okay.
Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy! Been back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
That's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel that she should be granted her request. In the end, it doesn't even matter. No. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21 of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No! Lana!
Objection!
You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
Objection! Sorry, what?
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt.
Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. Why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? Huh?
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue.
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Ms. Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. "2 years ago."
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What Edgeworth means by that is, I've thrown the pass, and now Phoenix must catch it.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day.
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage.
A man.
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic, because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from inside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me.
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
Lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed right outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning.
Objection!
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago did not contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor, I would mind. Don't you dare.
She said yes, but she means no.
I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew. It reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
Hold it!
That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage?
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay, we have the picture. It's on the back of this.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth. Boom, boom, boom. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it to... Ah! What's this? What's this? What's this? A picture on the back. What's this? What's this? The artistry is crap. Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago is incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order! Order! But, Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half,
Then that means...
Your Honor.
Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Huh. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth?
It's possible. Let's see.
Something wrong?
You even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor.
There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. Despite having it in my possession for 2 years, I never once thought to check. Oopsie! It's that thing! What the fucking fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why the fuck is the blue badger on the list? What the fucking fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fucking fuck? I do not understand. Actually, I do, because I've played this before, but let's not spoil anything ahead of time.
That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record.
Very well, witness.
Let's take a look at that. They do look like unrelated pictures. Unless the blue badger was ominously floating sideways over the murder scene. Not sure what these are, though.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir. Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Emma's picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows.
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lighting was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor.
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No. I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here!
Anyway, this picture... This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
After the lightning flash, she became an old woman. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course! This is the exact scene!
Wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not! I better watch out, or you might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Is it... Okay, he's saying there's clearly a contradiction in the picture. The only thing I can think of is the knife. Because the knife is smooth here. Well, I mean, it's a rectangle. It's badly drawn. It feels like a stretch. But it was supposed to have been cut with a jagged blade, with like a broken bit. I don't actually know. I might take a peek on this one to see if I'm right. I do have a guide constantly open for the investigation parts. Let me just look. Mostly because I don't want to just fuck around with no clue. Yeah, no, that's it. That's it. It's in this direction. But they say present this. Because you're trying to attack the actual picture itself, not present the picture. So my instinct would have gotten me a penalty because I would have presented the evidence list itself. There. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. No, you would have to be Percival DeRollo for that. But this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
Yeah, it was also the faked one, right? I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. What does that mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. Right, but wasn't that established to be the fake evidence? Why aren't they talking about that? That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Objection! 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 Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Do these two ever fucking leave this spot? The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. His skin tone is darker in this photo than it is when you actually made him. Gant, I mean. Like he's brown in the photo. He's more of an almost orange when you actually talk to him. He looks better here in the photo. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there was a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
Uh-huh. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Yes. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't be just explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Wonder if we can get away with presenting the trophy itself, but our version of the trophy does not have the knife. Which is why the answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! 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 Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh? Why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. No! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What is going on here? Yeah, because people never struggle and fucking weapons never get accidentally transferred over to your enemy. It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait! I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
Is this? The one with that picture scribbled on the back.
I knew it. This picture? I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Objection!
Try impossible! The Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now continue its cross-examination.
Stop! Please! Don't pursue this any further!
Lana? What is the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
When I saw that man raise his knife,
Hold it!
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark?
yes. At least, I think it was him.
You think.
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you...
I panicked and rushed towards both of them.
Hold it!
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
Hold it!
What do you mean you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger.
Are you sure about this?
Of course! See? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face, with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
Objection!
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
Objection!
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger anyway? So, this is not something I think I've ever figured out personally. It's something that I just remember because it was so outlandish. But the blue badger is a perspective text. A perspective puzzle. Yeah, go on, Bush, but you're clever. This is a visual perspective puzzle. I don't have that skill. Just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. But yeah, if this was a blind run, I would never have understood this. Either someone in chat would have had to tell me, or I would have had to look it up in a guide. But because I know this game, I never forgot this because it was the hardest part. I distinctly remember having to go home. Like, I used to play, because it was a handheld game. I remember playing the first Phoenix Wright a lot when I was, not at school. You weren't really allowed to bring that sort of shit to school. I think it was, yeah, it would have been school holidays, and I was young enough that I had to go to my cousin's house rather than stay alone in the house when both my parents were at work. And so I wouldn't have had access to a computer. We didn't have smartphones. I didn't have a phone. It would have been, primary school. I distinctly remember having to go home to look up what the fuck the answer to this question was. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
Take that!
The mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. This is fucking stupid. It is really shit. I think it's like... Do you hide this? I can't recall. So it's not this way because... Yeah, I think it's this. I think it's this. But it might not be because... So this is the part that sucks. This has got to be it. It's like this.
Take that!
No,
Objection!
this isn't right. I gotta make it look more like the badger. Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more? Or horizontally?
Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it.
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this. Let me use the base. Just the wrong way. I think it is, isn't it? It could be like that. No, it isn't, is it? Maybe. I think we do have to turn it around. Because, yeah, these need to be up. It's gotta be like this. It's gotta be like this. Where the hell? Here. For God's sake, it doesn't stop in the middle. It's always off to a side. This?
Take that!
Nope.
Objection!
The thing is, it doesn't penalize you, which is deeply valuable. We definitely need to turn it around like that. I swear it's gotta be like this. It's gotta be this.
Take that!
Nope.
Objection!
Why do they have to make us do that entire spiel each time, too? That's unnecessary. That's unneeded. That seems ordered.
Take that!
Ha! Eat shit and die. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. It can't be! Order! Order! They should have been more lenient with the angle. Yeah, they should, but they weren't. Yeah, that's what I was trying to avoid, Nivea Sol. I was trying to avoid having to look up a picture or having to look up, like, someone play this version. I did tab to the guide that I'm using for the other shit when I need it, which is why I didn't answer chat, and that said to rotate it 180 degrees horizontally and then move from there. So I figured that would probably hold true for this version as well as the DS, so I tried to, like, figure it out without having to resort to actually knowing what they wanted. We just experimented a bit with the height of the top bit until we got there. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So the badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything!
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? Well, it's not the murder weapon, because we've already gone through that. It might be the murderer, but I'm not sure how to tie that, and it might be the location, but I'm not sure how to tie that. What we do know is that the jar exists in this picture. Was this picture taken at Gant's office? At the awards ceremony. Because the suit of armor was in Gant's office as well, though, wasn't it? I don't think the awards ceremony was at Gant's office. I think it's location. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yeah, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. Okay. Well then... That's not why I clicked this button, but... Phoenix seems to know what he's talking about, so I'm gonna let him.
Objection!
But the body was found lying near Lana's sky... Oh, fuck. We're doing a same room, different... Okay. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Objection!
We found no blood on Damon's Gant's office side either. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. You know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have set the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking...
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall,
You mean... Mr. Marshall died... because of... me?
I can't do that correctly. Thud.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances... Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall! How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes. It certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
How much of a vindictive prick banana would Neil Marshall have to be to write the name of Emma when she accidentally pushed him into a statue? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind? This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright,
Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. This is something else that I just remember.
Take that!
It is the jar again. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh. Is he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. This is really awkward. Can I not get this part? I guess we can just assume that this connects to... Yeah, this was originally a phone port, and you can tell because the mouse is an absolute clunky pile of arse.
Take that!
It is a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Sky. See, Worthy? I can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to secure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office?
They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 Order!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. Making good time. We only got two parts left, and we have 3 hours and 40 minutes. Which is kind of good for me. I will, if I finish this case before the 6 hour mark, I will stop. Like, for one thing, it's literally the end of a game. Like, we could do the tutorial case for Ace Attorney 2, but I wouldn't want to get caught halfway between that, so I will stop early if I'm afforded the opportunity to. Plus, I have Vampire the Masquerade tomorrow, so it was always nice to get a bit more prep time. However, it still may surprise you, because there's still 2 chunks of trial left, and I can look at the timer and say, 3 hours and 40 minutes. That's enough. And I could be wrong. I could. This is the case that never ends. And it goes on, my friends. So, I have no idea when we're stopping, but instead of stopping at an actual set time today, we're stopping when this case is over. That's when we're stopping, unless I'm like really, really, really taking too long. But I doubt that. February 25, 12:06. Defendant lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
Seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket. And, yeah, curious cover. Rules for submitting evidence. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2, Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer? Still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It is time to bring it to an end. February 25, 12:52, District Courtroom number 9. One second. Okay. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain? Huh? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that! It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the I am sorry. I almost said prosecution wrong. I will leave it up to your imagination as to how my tongue was about to come out with that and what it was going to say instead. But I almost said prosecution wrong. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize that this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Now I really want to call the... Hang on. Can we save here just so we can be a dickhead and call the wrong person for fun? I want to see what happens. I want to see if it's just a penalty or if they actually, like, bad end you. The defense calls... Okay, it looks like they're just going to penalize. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. The defense calls Bruce Goodman!
Take that! Objection!
It appears I've overestimated you, Mr. Wright. Huh? For a moment, I actually thought you knew what you were doing. Mr. Wright, this court has long since tired of your questionable antics. Okay, so it doesn't give you a customized thing. I'm gonna fuck up again on purpose because I'd like to get to the menu. I just gotta reload. I don't want to take a penalty just because I was fucking around. Here we go. I wanted to see if there was special dialogue for calling the dead man. Damon Gant is who we are asking for here. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
Yeah, it seems like they write these games expecting you to fuck up a lot, but I find that I really don't. And it's partially my playstyle, because whenever I'm not sure, I check a guide. But when I'm not sure, it's because I'm reasonably certain that I'm going to get penalized if I submit something, right? So it's like, why would you do that? Anyway,
What does he have to do with anything?
Jesus Christ, Judge. As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. Yeah, he has been taking a suspicious heavy amount of interest in this case. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
I've been looking forward to this since day one. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Because I mean, we did get one testimony out of him on the first day, but that was just a little teaser. As a little mini section. Now's the real thing.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant. The court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto! What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Where the fuck is this taking place? North Korea?
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
SL9 incident.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Doc was arrested? Him? Oh, he was lying on the floor, unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Punch him with the law!
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day.
As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked him. That's probably what spooked Doc and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either.
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right. But Doc made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the perils of being trapped in an elevator, would you, Worthy?
Where?
Probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart. Well,
that's not funny. Okay, I ad-libbed the Edgeworth part there, but I really feel like that should have been in his dialogue.
When I went to my office, I found Lana there.
Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together.
Doc was also lying collapsed on the floor?
Yes! Apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing at all to do with the forgery.
Didn't you? So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and Hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record.
Worthy, worthy! Always the smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery?
Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth.
Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Probably this one, because this is his bold statement, right? Usually you want to present evidence when they just state out loud, like, their conclusion. How could he be linked? It's not like his personal safe had... Yeah, but we don't have his personal safe as a piece of it. What do we have in the court record? We do have the piece of cloth found in his safe. So that could be it. What was the other thing in the safe? The piece... The final fragment in his safe. Does the cloth work? That's the check button. I need the present button. Oh, actually, did I ever look at this any closer? Clear handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information to myself.
Objection!
If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this?
What's that? And what's that on it? A handprint?
Chief Gant, your explanation, please.
I don't know. You tell me, son.
Huh?
My dear Righto, don't you know the second rule of evidence law?
Not this again, evidence law.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to the trial?
It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance?
Well, okay, but I'll do it only just this once. But only because you asked, Dudgy.
Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry.
Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. That's interesting. We didn't get penalized, but we got kicked back. So the other thing in the safe has been made relevant, and that's the jar. So try that.
Objection!
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's that blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe.
Oh.
Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this?
Ha! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
Well, yeah, I've beaten him twice. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up having to pay to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Very well. Evidence and forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
when investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, yes, there will be consequences, bloody consequences, when you don't follow the rules. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again, you understand?
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Haji. In return, though...
I know. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic?
For all I know, you could have planted them in my office.
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Righto's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, that would prove that this investigation was illegal.
I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy.
Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered.
What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery.
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Doc was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The Chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, righto. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery.
Hold it!
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Hold it!
Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that is a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway.
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Archie, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Hold it!
Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Huh. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Well, at this point, it's fairly clear. He didn't cover up the evidence out of the goodness of his heart. No, because he doesn't have fun. He doesn't have one. There is a reason why the incriminating Emma evidence, a jar fragment with Emma's name on it, and a piece of cloth with Emma's handprint, probably taken from Neil fucking Marshall's coat, is in his safe. It's so that at any time he likes, he can open that safe and say, hey, look, Emma Skye's a murderer, and who does that give him leverage over? That gives him leverage over Lana Skye, chief of prosecutor. Oh, hey, Damon Gant's in charge of the system now. Yeah, I think he would have gotten something out of it. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Also, I love this. I love this whole, like, his go-to facade is just this, you know, kindly, friendly, doddering old man, right? But that's not actually just the facade. That's the first facade. He's here in court now, boldly and happily talking about how selfish he is because that suits him. because that helps him prove the current point he's trying to prove. So he's happy to fall back on that. He's happy to torch his reputation as far as selflessness goes, because he's so comfortable in his power that he doesn't need it anymore. Huh.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Clearly it was Mike Meekins. No.
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant?
I believe it is quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I have done such a thing?
Lana... She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, then this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless... that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy? You'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright,
You can't be serious.
huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency.
To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That is...
Impossible!
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? The chief, the high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. Better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. I would say that it is the ID card record because that's got the 7 7s. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. Huh. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Ooh. I don't think I've seen this facial expression from you before, sir. You look ruffled. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not! Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Shit. Okay. It's not my badge. Probably not this. It might be this, but I don't know that we have any proof that Goodman was supposed to attend this ceremony. Wouldn't be the knife, wouldn't be the parking stub, that's Edgeworth. It's not going to be the autopsy report. We do know that, like, it does make perfect sense that Goodman entered with Gant, because we ruled out that he entered, like, when he was supposed to have. That was Marshall. And yet Goodman had SL9 stuff on him. And in him. Screwdriver brought back to his office by Gant's request. Goodman's lost item report. Half-written document can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. Is that it? Because he didn't finish it. Oh, we've got 3 full pages now. This is mostly SL9 stuff. I'll go with this. But I don't know. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. Well, yes, but let's not split hairs here. God damn it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
Chief Gant, you didn't.
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. That the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought this was just a useless clue just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. It's, Edgeworth, isn't it? Because it was in Edgeworth's car. Oh, shit. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. For absolutely no fucking reason does this screwdriver exist in my evidence list, except that Edgeworth... It proves that Edgeworth went from the police department to the prosecutor's office. He had a dead body in the back of his car and he had no idea. There's also this. But I don't think this has anything to do with Gant. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because... I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did. Because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car?
Yep. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Ms. Lana Sky!
Order, order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Ms. Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up? Are you going to murder me now?
Sorry, Rido, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor?
Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Ms. Skye dispose of his body.
Do I have any concrete proof? I do not know that I do. Most of this shit we've already presented. We haven't presented this, but we got blown back before. But this is from the old one. I don't want to go. I don't want to do this if I don't have any idea what happens with it. I just gotta save, because this is one of those when it says either present evidence or don't. I think I said it before. I would rather select don't first if I'm not sure, because if it's wrong, there's only one version of that. Whereas if it's right, I could be presenting evidence for a million years and none of them will work. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
Ha! See, Urgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your accusations against the chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Urgy. I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth? What do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth.
Can't just stop now.
Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth...
Well, gee, if it's evidently a woman, and we've already had Emma, and we've already have Angel, perhaps it should be Lana.
Take that!
The defendant, Miss Lana Skye.
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. And what a lovely task that is. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on!
Huh?
Oh, it's Gant. I thought it'd be Emma.
Hold on! Chief Gant! I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this. But if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This is not good.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right, then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
2:04 p.m. That is a late lunch. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief. He's something else, eh, pal? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah. Sorry about that.
Ah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office!
My office?
Sure! I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya?
Still,
Looks like we're all out of moves now.
Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said.
But, Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
risks. What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too?
Emma! Are you okay?
Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma? I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait here? No. I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
There we are. This is the last to be continued. For Rise from the Ashes. Trial Latter 2. Bullshit. 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. I am going to take a break here. It's not going to be a super long break. I'll save my food for the end of this. I don't think this is going to take the full 3 hours and 2 hours and 40 minutes. It might, but I'm gonna take the bet that it won't and just have a shorter break. But I do need to stand up, so I'll be back.
Alright. Last chapter, let's go. Now then, will the defendant, Ms. Lana Skye, please take the stand? Ms. Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. You want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
Gant and the fabrication.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated all the evidence 2 years ago by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Good lie! Good lie. Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister.
Like I know my own mind, you will never find anyone as trusting or as kind.
Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really streaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I like how we never got unfired, but we're still just doing this anyway. We just ignored that the defense does not actually want us to represent them. Gant and the fabrication.
I worked alongside Gant for years.
How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see. I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why... There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And? I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana...
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene.
You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. Huh? The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Doc? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Doc was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Doc's knife, planted it inside the wound, and then moved the body. You planted the tip of the knife in Dark's wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Sorry, it did that stupid thing where it moves without me choosing to. Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. Ugh. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you plant the knife? Why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well, let's add this to the victim's testimony. The reason Miss Skye fabricated the knife.
I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the stab wound?
Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? Are you willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened.
In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions.
Mr. Wright, my sister's lying.
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone.
I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Can we get more out of... Is it this one? Broke the tip off the knife and moved the body, yes. I think she has more to say here. But there were two options. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Skye moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Okay. Pieces of the jar. You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Doc committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
Well, what do we know about the jar? If the jar was already shattered, how is... How does Neil Marshall write Emma on the surface in blood before the jar breaks if it breaks while he's getting attacked?
Objection!
Thank you, Guan and Demon Dragon. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction in my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threaten my plan."
That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died.
Ah.
He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order! Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical.
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. Well, that doesn't sound too difficult. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and message in blood.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I can think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
Well, you didn't get them all.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
This seems like an easy one. You just throw the jar up here to say, hey, no, there was a missing one, and it wasn't wiped. So she's sort of proving that someone else was involved by saying that. But we'll press them anyway, because, you know, it's content.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar.
So the jar was already broken.
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
Certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces?
Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out.
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Nana, you'd do that for me?
It seems you two might make up yet.
Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was.
If someone had happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry.
I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
To be safe, I wiped away the blood.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dart killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation?
Lana,
I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? Should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me.
even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go.
I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I can think about before wiping them clean... Sorry. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions.
I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony.
Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. You did not get all the fragments, lady. You missed one. So sorry.
Objection!
Miss Skye? I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. Ba, ba, ba. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
Objection!
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs.
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor? Can you answer us that?
No! Wait. I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. No. I did it on my own.
Please, just stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Imagine that, coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Yeah. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, Wright?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Huh. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will. If you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right. The witness may testify once more, for the final time.
Actual crime scene.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then. Did we never open up the picture book? We couldn't. The check button for the picture book leads us to text.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Now it appears as a workable object. Whoa! Hey, there's a picture here.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything.
Lana's picture inserted into the court record.
Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be?
Cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe.
What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What?
But those fingerprints...
They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Actual crime scene. Oh, shit. Fucking hell! I was about to read that line too.
Come now, a G. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
Objection!
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
So what? You think I'm worried? I'm not worried. I was just clearing my throat. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Rido? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his untimely death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt whatsoever. Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? We tried it before and he evidence lawed me. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I think there's a loophole here. But I don't know if we're supposed to, like, throw it back or not. Police department rule won't matter. And I'm gonna save here. I'm gonna save here and see what happens if I present it. I don't trust this decision, so I'm gonna save here. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence.
All right. The time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the Chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Take that!
It's a piece of leather cloth?
Yes. It most likely was cut from the victim's vest, near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it!
Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Rido was checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Sky's. Ms. Emma Sky's.
What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
See? I told you it was conclusive.
Objection!
This was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that?
But... Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. Huh? You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Skye to Neil Marshall's death. No.
It appears we have our killer.
No! No! Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. How does that even work? So yeah, see why I saved? It's because of that. It's because I figured that might happen. But that was fun, wasn't it? Let's not do that. Let's not show the evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie!
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe! I know you took what was inside! The conclusive evidence! That's what we needed. In the Dark timeline, he denied it was in his safe. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this... Hang the fuck on! Y'all see it? You had this? In your safe?
What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto.
Huh?
Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Skye?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I
I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item. For insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
All right then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Now we show it. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this out of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. The handprint on this letter. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Now why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Yeah, you gave me the set.
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Or Edgeworth gave us, but... Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Emma? Emma Skye?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why... Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, you're really something, Righto! You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me? So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Skye?
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't...
Miss Skye? It's not over yet.
What?
I said, this trial isn't over yet.
But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer.
You know, you admitted to the forging too, mate. You're going down with me. Before I do that, there's just one little thing that I have to clear up.
Oh? What's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Skye, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, the tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
Take that!
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest is cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood, that's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured, blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it.
Ah! Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No. This is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Ms. Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. No! No, 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 no! No, no, no! It's finally all over.
Objection!
That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth, it's illegal evidence.
Order! Order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Ajay? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems At last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
No. We can't say yes to that because we can't admit to illegally concealing it. Our point here is to prove that it was not illegal to do so. I admit I refused to present it at one point.
Ah! So the evidence is illegal!
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No. Archie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. If you really believe...
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall, when was the picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence? Well, that was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes.
No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real, bona fide murderer. And there is only one person who that could be. Damon Gant? The killer was you. No.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Oh, crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then he convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman.
Yeah, that's right.
If
the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall just didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Could you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all of this over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too dang nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry, I couldn't think any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments and the glove.
Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. Well, they all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though, even though they weren't so great. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Ms. Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My. What high standards you have. For a rookie.
Huh?
I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky.
And to you too, Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it.
I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Ms. Lana Sky, not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned.
My back hurts from that Gant thing. It's worth it, but God, I don't think there is a single character in. Like I said before, like my second favorite character was Edgeworth, and my absolute favorite character was in a different game, and that's true. But I don't think there's a single character I will ever have quite as much fun doing as Gant. He's not my favorite because he's a complete piece of shit, but. Just in terms of performing as character, yeah. If there was ever if there was ever a Western live action of if there was ever an opportunity to play a character from Phoenix Wright, I would pick Gant. An amazing bastard. 5:03 p.m. Defendant lobby number 2. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now after the trial ended.
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals! Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty, and to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Granted, they were Nazi funerals, but, you know. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. Thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana?
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't.
What about the guards over there?
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis,
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
but sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis,
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
but sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma. Emma.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright. Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. but they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. Huh. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise wouldn't have gone discovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah? What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. She refers to this. We had one half of the evidence list. Edgeworth had the other. I could present my badge here, but I don't want to be a douchebag.
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth.
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth! What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Mr. Wright. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. I'm suing you. Farewell. Therapy! I'd better be going too.
Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation?
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis, I will.
Is that made by the same people who did the evidence law book? And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, Detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison, they're a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh?
Way to go, Detective! I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? What? You think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go.
Objection!
As I recall, the idea there... Oh, they're talking now. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
As I recall, in the DS version of the game, like, you had to prompt the objection, and the DS had this thing where you could press a button to object, but you could also use the microphone to yell objection, and I'm pretty sure for that last one, they force you to use the fucking mic. Yikes! I thought I was a goner for the moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. That Taylor Swift lady didn't know what she was talking about. There was also something like, this is all happening without my input, but I swear in the DS credits there was some shit you had to do with the fingerprinting ink. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make a detective. Yes, sir! Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Yeah. Good choice of idols, bud. It's weird because it's basically like a second credit sequence because they didn't change the one from 4. This is the only game that does this though. No, I don't need a fucking blue badger fucking check-in. Ah! Okay, that's pretty good. That's Phoenix Wright 1. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch, partner? Miss Starr managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way Lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. The kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. I just make sure not to eat it backwards. Sounds awful.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
I've never seen that chair empty. Well, I have, but... First time in this game.
Nothing soothes the soul. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming! Well, see you around, Nick.
Yeah, Angel Star got lucky. Jake Marshall presumably won't be behind bars as long as the others, but yeah. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Oh, for God's sake, really? Ta-da! Ta-da! This is back before everything went to garbage. Achievement unlocked. Rise from the ashes. Thus ends the first chapter of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. I think we have to hit new game to like go to the next one. We're not playing the next one right now. I'm just curious about the Yeah, they are separated out. If you hit play this, do you get the chapter select? Yes, you do. And now we can see them all. That's interesting. I remember the DS chapter select. Rise from the Ashes didn't have its own image. Rise from the Ashes constantly looked... basically, a trial that... When you first played a DS cartridge, every trial that you selected was just the image of the courtroom. But when the trial was finished, it would be filled in. And in a lot of ways that made sense, because, like... They do give away a bit of information. You know, it doesn't solve the case, but it gives away, you know, it gives away all of the significant NPC profiles, so you'll never be surprised by the sudden appearance of Salmonella or Von Karma. So there's a reason for that. Spectra Bis, hello. I've been playing this every Saturday for like 6 weeks. We're at the end though, so you know. You'll have to deal with the fact that I'm about to vanish because we just finished. But there's 6 hours, or there's 5 hours of VOD and way more because this is what, week 5, 6, something like that. Rise from the Ashes took ages. I think this is 4. I think this took me 4 streams, one case. The other cases took 2 at most. Yeah, I think week 1 was episode 1 and 2. Week 3 was most of this one. Week 4 was end of this, start of this. Week 5 would have been end of this, start of this. And then 6, 7... Yeah, this would be week 8, I guess. I don't know if... I might have miscalculated, but it's been a while. We'll see how long the other 2 games are. We'll find out. But we'll be starting Justice for All next Saturday. Normally I would go another hour, but I don't want to just play 1 hour of the start of the second game. I don't want to do that. So, tomorrow, we'll be doing Vampire the Masquerade tabletop, which is... The start time is less secure on that. We aim for the normal weekday start time, so 11 p.m. my time, but, you know, it's rougher. It's usually a bit later than that, because we're getting 5 people together. But it should be a full session with full players and action inbound. Then next week, Wednesday, there will be 1 day of pre-Endwalker 14. Then Thursday will be no stream at all. Friday, I will attempt to play 14 and just pretend Endwalker doesn't exist. Same as Sunday, pretty much, because, yeah, I got some stuff to finish before I start that MSQ. But there might be a contingency where, like, if the queues on Friday are really bad, like if launch day the servers are fucked, I don't know. I don't know if I should, like... I don't think it would be fair to just switch to Ace Attorney on a day when it's not supposed to be an Ace Attorney day. So I'm not going to do that, but I might, I don't know, play some Payday or some Dynasty Warriors or or Streets of Rogue or one of the random shit that I filled time with that I've done in the past on this channel. That may happen if I find that the game is unpalatable to log into. I've already done Barbara Is You. What are you talking about, Snip? Also, hell no, I don't pick up random games on random days. That'd be terrible for my ongoing schedule. I only do things that are but that shouldn't surprise me. That's just like everybody always has suggestions when they're not asked for. Anyway, fare thee well.